Hello there, everyone, and welcome to the stream. We are going to be continuing our playthrough of Scene Investigators, which reminds me, where's my notebook? There it is. We're going to need this. I see King has already joined us. Welcome, welcome. For those of you that weren't present when we played last time, this is a true investigation game. We are given a location with no people present, but all of their material effects are still around. Receipts, books, notes scribbled on whiteboards, all kinds of stuff like that. And we have to answer a series of questions based on what we can find. The first real level ended up piecing together a whole narrative just from that kind of material that we could extract. And we had to be able to identify where people were and at different times and some of the things that happened. So we should be having a good time again. Hey there, Yonder. Yandere. Kitties are doing pretty good today. Sky has been a nuisance. But, you know, Sky is Sky. But I'm doing fine. How are you folks doing today? Oh, stretch. Switch over to game while we're chatting here. There we go. There we go. No problem. We do try to keep the stream pretty casual. Very, very chat centric. I did not get to transcribing all of my notes. So there's going to be a bit of a hit here with case 1, 2. So what I may do is devote a couple of extra pages. Exactly, Tess. Note padding will begin. So the impression that we've got of this location so far, it is a house of ill repute. Mayhap seems probable. Just gonna scribble some more stuff here. I realized that I love this kind of game. Uh, hey there, Levi. Welcome, welcome. I was just saying, I realized I really like this kind of game where uh, we are expected to decipher information that we are given directly and indirectly. That is, it's not like we're given a quest point. We're being told, hey, you need to accomplish this thing. Just forgot this step of the process. Missed one of my chat panels. So many chat panels. So we need to decipher what's going on in this room. So to show you folks what our objective is, so we need to answer these questions based on what we're finding in the room. Well, in this whole house, actually. We have who stole Emma's money? When was Marley hospitalized? Uh, did Janine move to another state? How many times did Philip physically assault someone in the house between November 7th and 15th? Uh, who has an appointment with the tattoo artist on the 17th? And who is the intruder? Now, the intruder we haven't heard much about yet, but there is, we can see blood splatters coming in, and there is a sign that somebody's poor doggo didn't make it. So we got to catch that person. At the moment, I'm transcribing some notes so that I can keep everything in some dedicated notebooks. The one I have has been used liberally for various games, but I'm segregating them out so that if we play multiple games like this, uh, or even comparable to this, that I have a place to keep those notes that doesn't get muddled. Writing. So if I do go quiet now and again, I'm probably writing. So going over some of the things we had, since I am transcribing stuff. Uh, one of the things I'm writing down right now is stuff from this makeup desk. We have things like a note that says that there are flowers for Irene. They seem to be get well soon kind of things, which may dovetail into the assault stats. But additionally, there's extra ice in the freezer, and that Marley is supposed to give it to her when she needs it. So there's an indication that likely it's an ice pack, kind of a simple painkiller like inflammation reduction uh, method, you know. And the note was written by R, which at this point we expect R is Rose. Who will show up in some subsequent notes. So then we've got this note under the pillow here. You can see it sticking out from the pillow there by the cursor. And then I will jostle the mouse. And that note here, we can show it just for demonstration. So this is the kind of thing we're presented with. We're presented with in-world information and items. We can switch over to show typed text if we're having trouble reading it. But even the appearance of things can help us identify stuff. Everything organized. So this note is to a dear sister. So I am taking the time to transcribe these. I didn't get through it the whole way before stream, but I'm doing this because it has proved vital to getting the information that we need to be able to call back to these notes. So if you want to chat, now is an excellent time to be doing it uh, because I got plenty of time. So things like they never got to say goodbye before implies that there was a bit of a quick departure. Let's see here. Okay, so this is a uh, lots of friends with me. So what this implies to me at this point. Hey there, Koi. Welcome, welcome. This is that game we were talking about yesterday, Scene Investigators. I am transcribing some notes from a more jumbled notebook to a more organized one. So there's a bit of a recap going on, bit of stream of consciousness. But right here is I moved in with my boyfriend. We're living together. I also have lots of friends with me in the room I share. They're all nice and they're always trying to help. This note is being written to her dear sister from this location. This is from a resident. I believe the boyfriend is implied to be Philip, the person with a profession that begins with P, most likely. Uh, and that the other girls are the ones that work with her. So the bed was occupied before, and it's implied that the prior resident died. Perhaps left, but it's the only awkward thing is my bed was someone else's for a bit. So they told me it's a little odd to see someone there, like it's a ghost. Yes, Koi, they could be missing. But there's a lot of implications of this being a sort of hostile environment, at least from Philip, or because of Philip. Okay, so that's that note. Then, okay, this is the note from Anton. And we've had we've had things like what was it? We've had crumpled up receipts found in trash cans be critical elements to create a time bracket to identify where a person was at a particular time. Like we found a receipt for a backpack at the door from like a kind of a gas station kind of shop uh, that could be very important. It could be nothing, is the thing. There is extraneous information. It can help fill in the gaps in the story, but it doesn't mean it will answer any of the questions. So these are instructions for tattoo maintenance. Which is relevant to one of the questions we've got. I'm only writing down some of these specifics because they create a pattern of behavior that's expected. So remove the bandage 24 hours, wash it carefully, apply ointment. And repeat for 2 weeks. So Anton is aware of the presence of Philip, though we don't know if Anton is aware of the relationship between this person and Philip. Uh, but what this might do is one of the questions we have to have is who had a tattoo appointment on a particular date. So this, for the next 2 weeks portion, gives us an idea that that might be upwards of 2 weeks in the past. So we've got that one. Then we have this cell phone, which all cell phones seem to be conveniently unlocked for us. So we have things like text message chains. This is Marley's cell phone. So I'm going to be condensing some of this. We might have to revisit some of these things directly, but I don't want to take all of our time transcribing. So these kind of things are a bit of a treasure trove um, because they do things like the part at the top there. 4th of November, 2:56 a.m. Hey there, Kayla. Welcome to the broadcast. We're playing a game called Scene Investigators right now. This is a full-on investigative game. We have to answer questions and the like. Exactly, Koi. We don't need to get these cell phones hacked open. So this is implied that At some point, okay, yeah, it's this is not from Emma. This is to Emma. Make sure we get that right. That's not a problem, Kayla. If you're only able to stay for a short time, you're welcome regardless. Okay, so this is am I reading this wrong? Yeah, I think this is Marley. Yeah, this is Marley's phone. This is to Emma. So this first message seems to be that Marley wants out. Um, Emma is worried Philip might get violent if she does. Uh, so 3 months back, somebody got really hurt trying to leave. So that's the one conversation. Then we have a second conversation. This is how we know it's with Marley. Like this is Marley's phone. So this one is from Emma. Okay, so this one it is Emma lost her bag, and over on the other desk we're able to see on Emma's desk we're able to see that these are like the little money bags, the type that might be hand delivered to a bank to deposit the takings for a day from a store or something like that. They're like durable little woven plastic or like heavy woven bags with locking zippers. This is notes. This is the 11th of November, 2018 at 2:23. So Marley tells her, call Rose. Rose will help. Then we have from Rose, which is 10/31, 2018 at 3:17 p.m. And again, if you folks have any questions or just want to talk about something, feel free. I'm going to say that a lot because there's going to be a lot of me reading things to you during this, so there's plenty of time. Yeah, it can be pretty slow. All right, Kayla, thanks for joining us. Okay, so that one was Rose talking to Marley. Rose is aware that Marley is not feeling great right now. And is essentially setting up a movie night amongst all the girls to try to help everybody feel better. Then that's Rose. So then over on Emma's desk, it'll speed up once I'm done transcribing. This also helps me remember what we were doing. So here we have the money bag. It's really just a purse, but it's all scuffed up. But if we examine the back of this card, hey there, Riding Sonic. We are catching up to where we were when we played last. So the name tag is flipped. With instructions to flip it over and write Emma's name on it. So this says this was after Marley told Emma to contact Rose. She did. Emma contacted Rose. Rose gave Emma her money bag and said, flip the name tag over and write your name on it. Um, and it specifically calls out before 4 a.m. That may give us a time bracket to work with. It also implies that that might be when Philip collects. So Rose intends to give Emma a new bag, but it's this is interim. Yeah, it's the bag. Then we have a journal. And let's see. So on the 7th, 2018. So this is Philip buying expensive jewelry for Stephanie. Emma noting that she hasn't gotten any recently, which is the implication of what Emma's saying is that he's kind of pampering the new girl. To make her feel like really at home, to make her more attached. So on the 8th, she thinks she saw her parents at a restaurant, uh, and I wish I never see them again. think I misread that last time. So it's not that she's being held against her will. This implies a strained home relationship. Like that, maybe that's why she's here. Because they do describe a lot of kind of cult mentality as far as how Philip behaves, especially with that like pampering Stephanie kind of thing. This is there's a particular client that she has that seems to have gotten violent and injured her. I think we missed this page last time. New information. So Stephanie missed quota. And got, quote, disciplined. Which is corporal in nature. So I think this is an instance that we could call out that Philip assaulted someone. All right, this next one is tricky. So Philip complimented her. And then that's crossed out, and the next one is not my fault, kind of thing. So Emma feels at least somewhat complicit in some negative action here. All right, this is about. All right, we are caught up. We are caught up. Put the old notepad away. We have new notepad caught up for us. Excellent. Clicky click. Is our excitement. Okay, anything else we can rummage around in here with? No? Closer here. Yep, yep. So we have the bag. There. I was saying she has a Game Boy Advance. The later ones, the little flip ones, not the wide format ones. Ones that are perhaps oblong. Some of the rooms you can't enter. There's kind of a VR simulation vibe to this game, too. Okay, so I think we've cleared this room. That's where we came in. No, we came in through here. No? No? Where did we come in? Yum. No? Here we go. So we came in here. This is the receipt for the backpack. Here is a Zippo with a bird pattern on it. Signs of substance use. This is a leash. Again, signs of dog. So we have blood trail here. We have knife. So let's see here. You're in the kitchen. There's a knife on floor. A blood pool. Or perhaps raspberry jam. Say drink bottle with Stephanie's name. Come to think of it, Emma indicated that she always used chemical enhancement to get through discipline. Uh, to me, that implies the way that she was saying it that Stephanie did not. We're going to use a lot of terms like that, I think. That's a creepy way to say it. This is 10/28, 2018. That's an interesting little note. Philip named her Stephanie. Not her name is. Philip named her. That's again, there's on top of the tropes of the profession, there is also a lot of reinforcement of the cult mentality that can come with that. So Spike isn't good with strangers. Then on November 2nd. So this also today a new girl Stephanie arrives on the 28th of October. She met a nice man in the park. Okay, just came back from a trip. Is visiting a cemetery. Might be irrelevant, but it might give us some circumstance about this person. Uh the writer of this journal, absolutely. There's a lot of younger vibes going on here, if for no other reason than the butterfly and heart pattern sleeve pockets on the corners here. And uses of terms like this and this. Shouldn't trust guys, doesn't think he's bad. Okay, so she's being nice to him. She trusts him. This is a candidate for our intruder, then. See, on the 4th, Marley was crying. And if we look back, cell phone, on the 4th, uh, Marley contacted Emma about wanting out. Okay, let me note that. Okay, when she says daddy, it's very implied that that's Philip. Could the mommy in these ones be Rose? There is not a biological or family parent dynamic implied here, but I believe the relationship that Rose has to the rest of the girls could be described as parental, like actually parental. So on the 5th, the man was in the park again. You watch something about plants and flowers. journal. Let's see, we have 11/7/2018. I will be trying to reconstruct the story for you guys as we go. The first one was interesting because of how we were able to piece together the events as they from all of the different parts. It was kind of cool. 7th was cleaning day. Found books Janine left. And the author misses her. Thumbs up if Janine got home. It was 3 months ago. Who wants to tell me if she went somewhere else? And non sequitur found a marble. And on the 13th, we know who this is. We know who this is. So, this is Irene. In one of the other rooms, there was some. So, this is another implication. Irene isn't. Irene is relatively young. We found division problems, like a division worksheet in her room. Now, that's not to say she could just be behind on math, but that doesn't imply a wide age is wide an age range as you'd want for this situation. So if we find out how old Irene is, we'll know how old Stephanie is. Scavenger hunt in the park. Okay, that is it for that journal. That troubling journal. Our two Daplin's probably food bags. Implication is that this is like order number 8 for Emma. Let's see. Dirty Tupperware. Which is Irene's dinner 11:15. There's definitely a strong, like, each person has their own stuff vibe. Lots of takeout and instant food as well. Go there. Whew. Um, okay, 11 1 through 14. We're not going to write all this stuff down, but we'll skim. 11 1 through 14 are highlighted. Then meetings with clients in big quotes. This will be relevant. We need to revisit this periodically. Um, oh, 19 is relevant. Marley is discharged on the 19th. Marley was hospitalized. And if we remember, on the 4th, Marley was talking about wanting out, and that others were concerned that that would go badly for her. Oh, dear. We have confirmation. The 23rd is Stephanie's 17th. Oh, no. I mean, we didn't think Philip was a good person to begin with, but yikes. Okay. Yeah, we'll need this. We will need this. We need to, well, because we need to understand who is where. Okay, this is Irene's room. Like, I missed this phone. I missed this phone. This is relevant. This is very relevant. So we have a phone with. We'll check this call log in a moment. But if we look at the messages, this is 28717649632. Mommy, who I presume was supposed to be Rose, is going to die. And then we look at the call log. These are all on the 15th. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 attempts to call this number. Have we seen this number elsewhere? This is what I was talking about, folks. This is where things like start to cross over. Number here. 871-764-9632. Call me if you need anything in Irene's room. Okay, this is the man, and this has got to be. That's the man in the park, I bet. Because this is the scavenger hunt she had with him. And on it says, call me if you need anything. She tried to call him. We don't know who the man in the park is yet, but I get the impression he might have been the intruder we're talking about, or we're looking for. More blood splatters. I think we found Philip's room. Yeah, this screams Philip's room, doesn't it? Big, chonky watches, goofy sunglasses. All right, let's start the sweep. This is Philip's room. Oh my god, this is Philip's room. The only thing we need to find is a purple hat with a giant feather and leopard print on it. This is. Oh dear. Okay, so I get the impression this is a blood trail from here. The cheap, like, fake tiger print rug. Yeah, definitely a struggle in here. So the shelving torn down. You can see 2 of the platforms for it torn down. Sorry, the braces for the middle shelf torn down, and the middle and lower shelf on the floor. Lamp knocked over, cup smashed, or something smashed. Things turned over. He has a chalice. The man has a chalice. Oh, nothing bad could have happened to this man. And I don't mean that an event happening to somebody else. Also, welcome back, Kayla. Um, I don't mean that if said events were to happen to somebody else that we would not consider them bad. I'm just saying that nothing that could happen to this guy would be construed as bad by others. Oh. Ah. And for further proof of that line, that's a gallon jug of chloroform. And please remember the ages of Stephanie and Irene. Let's see here. So noteworthy is this safe is open. Look at the condition of the room. The safe is open. The money and the drugs are still here. And you can't tell me, even if you're a laboratory, that if you are ordering chloroform by the jug, that you're not on a list somewhere. Yeah, I don't think it was a robbery, Coy, because the safe is accessible. Oh, oh, bloody fingerprints on 2, 4, 5, and 0. We don't know the sequence, but the implication here is the safe was opened after the event, after the guy was injured. Okay, so possibly what we're seeing here, person injured over here, perhaps stabbed in the bed. They come over, they open the safe, they grab some money, knocking some loose. I can't see if there's blood on this money too, but they grab some of the money, knock some of it out, and then they try to leave. Now, I don't know why Spike gets stabbed here, but they grab a knife. They grab a knife, dog dies. But is it the other way around? Is it that they came in, encountered the dog, grab knife? The blood splatter here implies to me that the dog was after the fact. It could be that they were injured by the dog and then went for the knife, and then went this way, came in, attacked somebody else, but I would expect the knife would have come with them then. So let's continue. Cell phone 1. Oh, wow. Numerous communications. That is a possible implication that I get there, Tass. Time, place, girl. on Thursday. And this is hunt on the 12th. This will help us identify some of the like using the calendar. We can identify who the girl is and when. Frank. It's on the 10th. 12. Now we're recording this one because this is this is another implication of Philip hurting somebody. One of the girls is injured. Now this isn't certain because we know that Emma was hurt by a client. I think it was Emma. Was hurt by a client, and that she had to use like makeup and whatnot to cover it. So this might be Emma, which isn't an indication that it was Philip. Okay, then quick, let me check. Is it 523p? It's Jax at E of the Cyborg Arms. On the 8th. Anderson's was hit potentially by a Harry. Avoid that territory. So sounds like some turf war. Philip supposedly has an agreement. Hey, thanks for the like there. Is it Buraisu? I'm not sure on the pronunciation there, but thanks for the like. And welcome. We are playing an investigative game. So I'm taking a lot of notes. If you have questions or anything, do feel free to ask. This is a CJ. 5th. To tomorrow at the Cleveland Casino at 8:30 p. to 11 p. This game is called Scene Investigators. It is a pure investigative game. We have access to a room with no people. Well, a series of rooms with this is like an apartment or something like that, or a communal living situation of questionable legality. And we have to answer a series of questions based entirely on the information we can find and piece together. Okay, no indication that Philip has turned down any client requests so far. Okay, Anton, this was the person that knew about that was mentioned in the note about the tattoo care. This isn't to Anton. This isn't from. This is to. This is 11/13/2018 at 7:43 p.m. Opening Saturday at 9. Okay, so they need a black rose tattoo on their thigh to be allowed to work. We will be we'll be active for a bit, Coy. If you aren't available to come back, that's fine. Thank you for joining us when you could. Anton is concerned about the age of the girl. We do know that 2 of Philip's girls are underage. Okay. Then to Kenneth Robertson, who is referred to as a doc. This is on the 13th. 12 a.m. Okay, so at this time, Marley is still in the hospital, which makes sense. We know that she won't be discharged until calendar the 19th. She's stable but bad shape. It's like a bad overdose. Okay, so we know Marley is hospitalized, possibly just because of an overdose, not because of Philip hurting her directly. This is and look at the gold chain. Said nothing that happened to this guy is bad on so many levels. Bloody rag on the bed. Sketchbook under the pillow. Like dress designs. Schedule notes. Hmm. These are tracking Philip. So if we look, these are almost concealed when you think about it. If somebody's watching her do this, the person do this, it could look like they're just doing notes on the dress because some of the stuff is still just notes on the dress. Um, but it's also information about Philip. Let's see. I'm just going to do some noteworthy ones. For now, there's more. But in particular, at 1:20 on the 9th, he talked with Marley. Then 11:10, this kind of lines up. At 4:40 to 5:55. That's when Stephanie was beaten. I don't recall if this is the same time. It might have been another time. Notably, at 1 p.m., he was gone since at least 12. Then he's back by at least 1:21 about a new rich client. And for those keeping track, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 pages so far. So then 11, 12. So on the 12th at 4 p.m., took Marley. Unexpected. Noteworthy. This is a day before the this is a day before the call with Dr. Kenneth about Marley's condition. So again, we don't know that he necessarily did anything here. Then a note about an interstate trek bus. Okay. So meet with Irene when he's not around. And she doesn't know what happened with Marley at this time. Sketchbook continues. Bit of a treasure trove here. All about a party. A list of things to take. It's like a go bag or a scram bag kind of thing. Because 2 sets of clothes, hooded jacket, running shoes, money, and water bottle is not, as far as the occupants of this house would be concerned, working clothes. So let's see, at 9:21, comes back angry, wakes everyone. Was betrayed by a client or a friend. Then at 11:10, he leaves with some drugs. 5:12 p. He was out a while. Okay. This has the hallmarks is he thinks somebody like betrayed him in the house too. So a note about him getting physical when he's upset. Better choose a different day. Lots going on in this notebook. And in mine, but in this one in particular. Okay. There's a lot going on there. This room. Bookmark with numbers. Looks like attempted safe combos. Let's see here. 2, 4, 5, and 0. I think 9 was pressed. Was 9 pressed? Nine was pressed too. It's faint, but there's a mark on 9 too. Hey there, Cotton Candy. Welcome to the broadcast. We are playing Scene Investigators. We are trying to piece together kind of a mystery. 7-1 and 4-5-0-9-1 untried. 4-5-0-9-2 is probably the combo there. How are you doing, Cotton Candy? This is clearly a skillfully obfuscated earnings log. Oh, and a thank you to Buraisu for the gifts on TikTok. Thank you. Let's see, starting on the 11th, nothing from Marley. Quota is 500 as of the 1st. So let's just look here. Is anyone beneath quota? We have Stephanie on 11-9. That sounds about right there. Oh, wow. Rose on the 10th. I wonder. When did Emma call? So very early in the morning on the 11th. I think, yes. So what I think there is that Rose gave her money to Emma. This is the 4 a.m. count. At 4 a.m., Philip counts the money. So Rose took her take, because if you look, Rose tends to be is frequently the high earner. Rose took a chunk of her take and gave it to Emma. I have to guess, if I had to guess, Rose is frequently trying to top people up. Nobody else is below quota, but if you look at the 500s. So on the 4th, Marley made exactly 500, exactly quota. On the 5th, it was Emma, that kind of thing. If I had to guess, Rose tops people up with her earnings to try to protect them. Post-its. Let's see. November 14th. The owner of a new hotel. Meet the owner of a new hotel. Be ready by 2 p.m. Okay, so this one is to Rose. If I had to guess, like Rose is sort of his second in command in a way. After tomorrow on the 16th. So this was the same day. So on the 14th, he says, we're going to meet with the owner on the 14th. And this is on the 14th. This is going to a party. Many clients, no quote, night shift. And this guy is stealth. He is inconspicuous. No one would be able to guess what sort of operation he is running. He is just your average late night businessman with a cobra cane. Okay, so for the entire night of the 16th, they were expected to be at this party. Exactly. Entirely normal business attire. Two. Philip's room. So this is different. This isn't one of the little track phones that he had. Incoming call from Emma on the 11th at 2:29 a.m. Let's look back at the call at the log here. Makeup desk. Yeah. So Emma contacted Marley at 2:23 a.m. At 2:29, Emma called Rose. To Philip on the 14th. 2:34 p.m. Oof. Oof. Once again, nothing. There can be nothing that happens to Philip that is considered bad. That would be considered bad. Adoptive or not good. To Emma on the 13th. 5:16 p.m. Watching Irene. Oh, is she? Emma mentions the park guy. Rose is concerned. Hurt her leg in the park. The implication here, the strong implication is Irene is Rose and Philip's daughter. This is the girls' night call. Or text. Okay. Yeah. Oh, man. Homeschooling. We can only hope that Philip is the victim of the shanking and that he doesn't make it. I think that might be all of our evidence here. Alrighty. It's hurt. So we have a lot of blood there. And then we have dripping here. So I'm guessing like the worst of it is bound up, but still enough injury was done to leave the marks. It's this far, but we also don't see any further blood trail. Yeah, there's no further blood trail. All right, so let's look at our questions here. When was Marley hospitalized? So we know she's hospitalized before the 13th. And then she was removed from the house late on the 12th. I think she was hospitalized on the 12th. Did Janine move to another state? The impression that technically no. Or overtly no, she didn't make it. Between the 7th and the 15th. So whatever happened to Janine doesn't count for this. So we know Stephanie is 1. So on the 10th, Stephanie missed quota. See, I get the impression this is Irene. The tattoo appointment. Because on the 14th, Rose is saying, don't get our daughter involved in this. which implies that by around then there's still the she's not necessarily going to be involved yet. Yeah. So on the 13th at 7:43 p.m. he's talking to Anton. Yeah. Okay, that's Irene. Wait. Yeah, that's Irene. No, it's Rose is begging, don't get her involved in this. And right before that, he's talking with Anton about getting the identity badge tattoo. Don't know the intruder's name yet. Who stole Emma's money? Okay. We're going to have to. So in Emma's journal, on the 9th, she had a bad client. Oh, wait. She contacts. It was the 11th that she lost her money. Yes. The 11th, she lost her money. So by 2:23 a.m., she lost her money. Which would imply it was the 10th. I don't see Emma working on the 10th. But I thought there was a swap in Philip's phone records. Yes. Okay. So Frank at 11:12 p.m. wanted Stephanie originally. Yes. So he calls and complains that Stephanie is bruised. Yes, and that lines up because on the 10th, Stephanie missed quota, and the quota count is at 4 a.m. So Stephanie was injured by the time she went to meet with Frank, and Philip sent Emma instead. So it was Frank that stole her money. Everybody following so far? We will not be told exactly what we got wrong. Have the one specific indication. Okay, so we know it was at least once with Stephanie. It is possible that twice with Marley. Who was the intruder? Yeah, I'm going to say it was no, in the house. In the house. That's a trick question. Do they mean how many times within the house somebody was physically assaulted by Philip, or that somebody who resides in the house was physically assaulted by Philip? This is bad sentence structure for a question. But I'm going to think too, because it seems I think he's saying one of the residents of the house was assaulted by Philip. We know Stephanie was once. And we know on the 14th, I think, is when. No, on the 12th is when Marley was taken somewhere by him and then hospitalized. Um, hmm. It's the it was the 14th. There was something about a new client. Yeah, on the 10th, there's a new client. He takes Marley somewhere unexpectedly, and she is hospitalized after. We don't know that it was Philip. It is an implication that it wasn't Philip, that it was whoever this rich new client was. Do we have a marker there? Yum. So we know as of the 10th, Marley's off the roster. Why as of the 10th? On the 9th, he talks to Marley. On the 10th, there is a rich new client. By the 10th, he has effectively sold Marley out to somebody. He is getting rich. Oh, one moment. There we go. Yes, that's why before she is hospitalized, he's taken her off the roster. He sells her out to somebody and he hides the information. We know that based on Irene's phone that not to record the when. Let's go to Irene's phone. Come on. Come on. There we go. Stuck on a bit of clothing. What's going on here? Bit of a keyboard hiccup there. If this is an Irene's phone, and that is 11 15 2018 7:14 p.m. And in the call log, that is everything from 7:10 p.m. through 8:03 p.m. So around 7 on the 15th. What is supposed to be happening on the 15th? Because that will be relevant. Do notebooks. Phone, ledger. Okay. On the 16th, there won't be a normal night shift. So on the 16th, there will be the party. Everybody will be working. Which I presume is the owner of the new hotel thing. So on the 14th at 2 p.m., they meet with them. Rose goes to meet with them. Emma's running the house. The night before the day of the party, is oh wait, a portable lock. Almost missed that. Completely overlooked that. Someone entered the room. Someone entered the room, and bashed it open. So the portable lock was put in place to reinforce the door. That extra lock. But whoever it was that came in probably like kicked the door open. So let's see. Anything about these that is relevant? Unused knife. We know that he left with money. We are investigating, folks. Are investigating. He does. He has a leopard print hat. Oh, dear. This man had a checklist. Like an aspirational checklist. How much you want to bet if we could open the other side of that closet, there would be a jacket with gigantic lapels, you know? Any other signs? Let's check for those cell phone entries again. We know we had somebody calling about the party. It's not going to be CJ. No entries regarding. So on the 8th, there's talk about Harry. Okay. So Harry's place was. I'm sorry. Anderson's place was hit. And it's you should avoid Harry's territory. Philip says I have an agreement with him. That's on the 8th. Then we jump forward to the journals. On the 13th, there's a call about the party. And it looks like Rose is planning to get out. She might be planning to get out with Irene, you know? But later in the morning, Philip comes back and says he was betrayed by a friend. And he leaves with some drugs later and comes back really upset. and he had new clients and whatnot. I wonder if this is the conflict with Harry. I have to guess that's what we're dealing with here. Yeah, he's got all kinds of extra burner phones. See, Rose was planning to leave. I wonder if Rose took money to try to escape. Because remember, it was Mommy is gonna die, help us. Okay, so I think it was Harry that comes in. So Harry betrays him. Um, comes in. Oh, wait, keys. Westwood Apartments. Hmm. Everything. Okay, we know that the dog was a threat to whoever came in. There's signs of a dent in the wall here and a smear of blood. Where the splatter's going? Do we have an indication of that? We know there's blood on the money and there's blood on the safe. Somebody was able to open the safe. Rose was trying to figure out how to open the safe, checking passwords, like observing them. On the right side of the bed, where the journal is where all the blood is. On the left side, there's a first aid kit. So I don't think, again, I don't think this was Philip. At the moment, we only have one entry that indicates that Philip physically assaulted someone. I have to guess this was Harry that comes in. The dog doesn't like new people. They made a big call out about that. The dog doesn't like new people. I can't imagine anybody else in the house needing to knife the dog. Somebody comes in, they have a key. The dog goes after them. Grab a kitchen knife, they kill the dog, but they're injured. They move down the hallway here. They kick open the door. They come in. I don't know what they use in here, but there is a scuffle here. This is where all the fighting takes place. The first aid kit is one of the quandaries here. Is this something that whoever got injured here is dealing with? Is this a robbery? Because they didn't get anything. Whoever opened this just took money, like 1 wad of money, or some small amount of the money available. Some gets knocked on the floor. They get blood on some of the lower ones. So I suspect they got some of it, but none of the drugs. So this implies that it wasn't Harry, because if it was a robbery, if it was a we're going to come and take your stuff, you'd expect if they opened the safe that it would have been everything. And for those watching that are wondering why I'm going through this, you have to infer some of this. It does not tell you precisely what the answer is. So we have to figure out what was to go down here. Was there something on the calendar here? So on the 15th, there was a client meeting at the Villaggio Hotel, which presumably is around the time that Rose is going to get injured. No, Emma goes to the Villaggio Hotel every Thursday. Was it? It was same time, same place. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt is the one that organizes the meeting with Emma. So Emma was out probably during all of this. What about Rose's journal? Is there something in there that can help us? So we know the message between Rose and Philip was heated late on the 14th. We know late on the 15th is when Irene calls somebody to get help. Let's check Irene's journal again just to be sure. I fully suspect. Oh, when did he? No, okay. She didn't have the tattoo at the time that whoever this individual was looked after her. But there's an indication that the guy that she talked with knew something was up. Oh, yeah, we're going to the kitchen. Look at Irene's journal here. Check the wording. Stephanie shows up. She really likes Spike, and Spike is never good to new people. She must be really nice. So the implication here is that whoever shows up, if Spike gets killed during is there, he's going to go after new people. So I think that's why we see the indication that the dog was stabbed. Is the dog attacked whoever showed up. So it's not anybody at the house. Philip, Rose, none of them were involved in that. And it's also, Rose would not have been attacked on the way out. So some amount of the blood is whoever came in. There's a bit of lagginess in this sometimes. There's like a rendering hitch. But if you look, so in here, this is where the blood starts. Like it doesn't go out the door and it comes in. So dog, kitchen knife. You have this looks like because of this smear and this dent here that either that was when the dog got them or shortly after, like a stagger and a hit kind of thing. They continue down. Oh, but there's two distinct blood trails. Look, there's this part right here dripping this way. Could it be a left hand? Because you have a lot of blood on the left side, all the way up to here. And it's tapering off. We have a lot of blood here and a rag. Was there even an attack? So they come in, they open the safe, they get some money. But additionally, could the first aid kit have been in there? This is still case 1, 2. The brothel. Well, not a brothel. It is a, you know. Once again, the cane should tell you what kind of place this is. I wonder if possibly the first aid kit was in here. Because they were bloodied when they opened the safe. When could this have happened? Oh, yeah, we're in a different room. So there's a lot of rooms in this one. We have, this is Irene's room, who is painfully the daughter of Rose and Philip. And Philip demands that his daughter joins the trade. Okay, no. They don't come in here. They don't come in from here. This is the front door. Left hand. Remember, left hand. So, dog. For whatever reason, from here, dog. Why from here, I don't know. But the dog here, and this is where the bleeding starts. We have a lot of bleeding going up, left side of the hallway. Left arm or left hand, something like that. We get all the way in here. But we can see there's a dent and a smudge here. So I'm thinking something like fall over, catch self with left hand. Continue down hallway. It's all the way this way. Like, bump into something. Now, it could be a chase or something, but they get all the way over here. There's an impact here. Lots of stuff knocked over. But nothing disturbed here. We have a lot of blood on the bed, but it's accompanied by a rag, and there's a first aid kit over here. So this could just be somebody cleaning up their injury. So they get over here. There's blood on the bed and the rag. We also don't see any indications of another body. The dog was specifically called out, but no body here or in the room anywhere. So let's say they get in here. They try to clean up their injury using like the first aid kit. Maybe they pulled it out from nearby. They go over, they open the safe. We know that Rose has been trying to figure out the combination to the safe. Open the safe. They take some money. They head back out, and we can see there's still a little blood drip going on. And it's now we're going down the left side, little bit of blood drip. That path turns here and heads out the front door. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this was one of the first things we looked at. One of the first things we looked at. All the way down to sketchbook. So on the 12th, Rose was looking at things about uh, interstate buses. And she wants to meet with Irene when Philip's not around. So by now, Philip is already looking to get Irene out there working. On the 13th, there is a listing of items for getting out. Like these are items that you would take for leaving a place quickly. See exactly what it was. We examine. We read. Right here. 2 sets of clothes, hooded jacket, running shoes, money, bottle of water. Don't necessarily know about any of the other stuff, but if we look, backpack with clothes. So we have backpack with clothes. How much you want to bet this purple thing is a hooded jacket? So Rose is setting up a go bag, potentially one for Irene as well. She also needed money. We have every indication that Rose is really wants to get wants to get Irene out of there. Wait a minute. Call log. Just from Emma. Okay. Rose's call log is scrubbed. Do we have a name for this other person? Who is Park Guy? Let's check the other phone records. No number. No numbers. No numbers. He just uses those phones for text. No call logs, only text. I had to guess this is Marley's desk. This is Emma's desk. Who came in? Did she ever mention a name? Don't have a name for Park Guy, and I feel like Park Guy was the intruder. We've got to be missing some piece of data here. Because that's Park Guy's number. Did she start meeting Park Guy? The second. Then phone 1. It's the 8th. What's going on around the 2nd? Nothing. Anything in Rose's journal? Nothing that far back. So, for those wondering, we are trying. I feel like this one's kind of a trick question because we only have one confirmed incident of Philip hurting one of the girls, period. Everything else is vague. It is distinctly possible that Philip hurt Marley, so it might be 2. But there's also the possibility that Philip's new client, that was right around that time, essentially he just, gave Marley to whoever it was. What's the intruder? We're trying to figure out who the intruder was and potentially confirm the number of physical assaults Philip committed. So it wasn't Rose. Rose would not have been attacked by Spike. That we know. It was not, it can't have been this Harry because Harry would have taken the drugs and money. Harry hit another location. Who betrayed him? Who is a friend that betrayed him? This was the 13th at 9:21. Be right back. Be right back. Just a moment. Getting settled back in, folks. Here, I'll leave some music on to keep things livelier. Beverage. Okay, 13th at 7:49. Philip thinks that one of the people in the house betrayed him. Early on the 13th. And by end of day, he contacts Anton to confirm that he wants his daughter tattooed. So on the 13th, sometime around like between 6 and 9 a.m. is when he leaves and comes back and is upset. So potentially something about the 5 a.m. call. Sure. What was going on at the on the 13th early in the day? That is the call setting up the party. Philip makes a post-it about it that the party is going to be on the 16th. He mentions that on the 14th, so that's after the fact. Nothing scheduled on the 13th. Yes, you can see. Normally, Marley is the Compton Hotel girl. Nah, Compton Hotel is pretty frequent. Compton Hotel is pretty frequent. Any clues we missed? Bag was bought on the 15th at 6:42 p.m. So it's after 6:42 that all this went down. Yeah, an old friend on Sunday, on the 11th. That's when he takes Marley and she essentially doesn't come back. Which is why starting after the 10th, Marley is marked off on the take, and that's not a problem, because he knew Marley wasn't going to be on the list. But actually, I wonder. Not this one, it's the second phone, where he has his more legitimate stuff. Okay, the call is at 8:12 a.m. with the doctor. Okay, so this is before the call with the doctor. He leaves. He comes back angry. This is after the call with the doctor. So this is before the call with the doctor. This is after. 6 p.m. Okay, on the 14th by 1 p.m. he's gone. Is there any break in pattern there? It's not infrequent. Yeah, it's not... She doesn't know why, but she knows he wasn't there around 1. He was not in the house. And that's the last we've got. It's still before the party. So this is the night of the party. Nothing indicated. Something on the 12th that... Because I think it wants you to think that it was Park Guy. I think we have anything that tells us what the bird Zippo is. Sunspot Showdown. Both immersive and thrilling. So this is the tricky part in this game. This is where we have to try to figure out what's going on. Like, the final details, as it were. So again, somebody came in. All right. I'm guessing the dog came after them here. So they come in the front door. They arrive here. Yeah. Dog comes after them. They hit the wall. Like, tackles into them. They're here. They go for the knife. They kill the dog. Now they're injured. They come up this way. I don't know why signs of a scuffle here. There isn't blood all over this, so I don't know what's going on there. But we know that on the 15th, it was Irene essentially saying that Rose was injured. Or that Rose was going to die. Oh, geez. Oh, geez, I didn't notice these. Okay, okay. I'm gonna upgrade. This to 2. Okay. Thought. So we have two events occurring here. We have Rose potentially killed or nearly killed. Because brass knuckles. Like, this is Rose. And that's why the fighting. I think this is Philip going after Rose. Potentially because he comes in on Rose, like, packing up to run. Because we have the bag here. We have the go bag here, which was procured that day. So Rose is getting all the stuff ready to run for it. We know that the last person that tried to run was killed. Or, was never heard from again by anybody here, despite having told others, "I will tell you when I'm safe." Okay. So Rose is setting up to escape. Simultaneously, we have indication that there is somebody that had to deal with the dog. And I can't imagine that if... It's not clear why Spike would attack Rose. And there's also the distinct marker that it is a call out that there is an intruder. So there is a somebody who doesn't belong marker here. This is definitely the same sort of knife. Standard, off the counter one. So we have an apartment key on the floor here. Whoever comes in is potentially somebody who had a key to the building. That's why this one is not damaged. Okay, we also have the blood print here. So this is definitely somebody left injured. Like that we know. They come in, they kick open the door. Now, I'm guessing they come across... Yes, okay. This has got to be Park Guy. What is Park Guy's name? So Park Guy comes in. Park Guy has the key for whatever reason. I don't know. Park Guy comes in, heads this way, gets jumped by dog, kills dog, heads this way, injured. Can hear commotion. He has been called by Irene to because her mother's gonna die. Bashes in the door. So this lock is bashed right out of the door. Can see it like rips loose. Kicks in the door. Now whether this was Rose and Philip or if this was the scuffle here. We have a rag and we have a first aid kit. Now we know that the guy in the park bandaged up the little girl. Maybe that's something that either he's capable of or that they just had on hand. I mean, this is the kind of place where you'd expect that they'd have some first aid tools available. So they do that. We still don't have the bag. But maybe that's where we are in the freeze frame, So do we have anything to identify Park Guy? Park Guy just got back from a trip. And that is as of... On the 2nd, he gets back from a trip. Far back does Rose's log go? Might be able to identify who it is based on the time frame. Rose's log only goes back to the 9th. Oldest call he's got is from the 5th. Her phone just has the one call on it. Beverage. Okay, nothing on the calendar to me indicates a new person showing up, you know? On the 13th, when... Okay, it's as of the 13th. As of the 13th, so it's right up till the end there. And that's when he gives her the number. Emma was there. Emma was there in the park. I don't see any change in the listing for Emma. So I'm looking to see if there's any change in behavior around the events that could lead us to who that person is. Numbers there. It's Anton's number. Do we have that? Oh, this is new. To my baby. Okay, this has got to be Stephanie. This is Stephanie's stuff. Yeah, favorite girl. This is Philip babying Stephanie. This is Stephanie's new tattoo. didn't know that we could crawl like this last time, so... Scuttle, scuttle. In case we missed anything. And you can see she was brought here. This was not like just all the stuff like piled up in boxes, you know? Shiny. She found everything is the thing. So we're looking for clues. We're still trying to figure out... actually, what was that question? In the 14th, the 7th, and the 15th. This might be a fake out. Because on the 15th is presumably when Rose was attacked. It was like on the 14th is when the big party was supposed to, like, was when he called out that it was planned. On the 12th, he seemed upset when he came back with just Marley's bag. Who did he take Marley to see on the 12th? Didn't think that was listed. Yeah. This is Emma, I believe. This is on Thursdays. That's Emma. And this was Stephanie swapped out for Emma. these have call logs. Nothing of value is taken, so it can't be Harry. That's a red herring. There's a piece of inference that we have to make here that I'm not getting yet. There's a logical leap we have to make. I recall. Okay, we have... This is the post-it note. So I'm taking you to meet a friend on Sunday. Wear your best. So this is the 11th of the 12th when he... on the 11th. Okay, this is when he just spontaneously takes Marley somewhere. No, that doesn't line up. On the 12th is when he takes her... This is Stephanie's desk, actually. This is Stephanie's bed, or if that's the... Yeah, I think this is Emma... Yeah, Emma's bed, Stephanie's bed, probably Marley's bed. Sunday night on the 11th. Nothing listed for that, only Rose. And it's when Rose is out. Let's check Rose's entries. And the 10th, it's a new rich client. He says he's going to take Marley to see an important person on the 11th. Then on the 12th, early in the morning, he takes her there and she doesn't come back. And things seem to start to go downhill from there. If we can identify... Maybe... I don't know that that'll really help. But if we could identify the new rich client, that might help us understand some of the flow. Westwood Apartments. Is this... I have to assume this is the Westwood Apartments. We're still on the same case, Koi. We are trying to identify the intruder. So I think Philip attacked 2 people over the course of this time period. It might be a little fuzzy because this between the 7th and the 15th, is that inclusive or exclusive? It is a very realistic investigation game, Koi. You got to dig, and it explicitly calls out you have to make informed guesses. The tutorials thing, you have only the bare minimum information, and you have to make some leaps. If it's 7th and 15th inclusive, then I think it's 2. Here, this is some new information that or new evidence that we discovered. So, 1, I think the path of the intruder is through the front door. They come in, they have a key. They came in through the front door. I don't know how they get a key as part of the trick. They come in. The dog hits them. So I think this is like a stagger and hit. So you can see there's a smear here and there's an impact here. So from here, they go for the knife. They grab the knife. They kill the dog. This key is on the floor here. I think it might be the key to this building, this room, this home. So then I think they're injured on their left hand. That's an inference I'm making. So they come down the hallway here. You can see the heavier blood trail is on the left side of the hall. Like you get a nice little zigzag trickle here. They get to the door. They smash the door open. Damage on the knob, around the knob here, around where the lock would be. You can see the deadbolt is ripped up there. But additionally, they have this extra lock. You see some of these sold for like hotels and the like. That is an extra lock that tends to get hooked into like the deadbolt and the like. That has a little key there. You see how warped it is. It gets bashed right out. Comes in. This scuffle here, I don't know if that is from the person that enters or if it's from what happened here. You see there's a lot of blood on the bed here, but there's only a little blood by the time we get into the room. So whatever injury has been sustained coming in here, it's less than what was done here. And initially I thought, oh, it's just a rag. They cleaned it up, maybe some first aid. Yes, Koi. There's extra levels of protection. This is where the money is. This is where the illegal substances are. This is where he keeps his cobra cane, his leopard print fedora, and his chalice. I mean, this is where all his important stuff is. Can't let somebody in here. They might get his fedora. But the thing I missed, this thick blood stain here. Bloody brass knuckles. Philip gets really physically violent when he's upset. And I think, so this went down on the 15th. Whoever came in on the 15th, late on the 15th. All the way back at the start is this receipt from a convenience store where we have, this is again later in the evening. This is probably like maybe 15 minutes before Irene starts making a call for help. This is one backpack from the convenience store. Rose was writing down a list for a go bag. We come in and we look right here. We have a backpack, and one of the things I was saying is, I bet this is a hooded coat. This is one of the things on the list. 2 changes of clothes, running shoes, hooded coat, bottled water, money. So I think this is the go bag. It is right near where the disruption is. It could be that Philip comes in on her when she is packing to go, because she is upset that Philip is going to put their daughter in among the girls. Like, he's already got her tattooing scheduled. She's already here. So this might be Philip grabs her and proceeds to pummel upon her. Now, Irene makes a call and says she's going to die. It might just be that she's critically injured. So that guy arrives, comes in, dog hits him, kills dog, comes in, kicks open door. We don't know what goes down with Philip, or if Philip just already left. Who knows? Comes in, has first aid kit, helps clean up Rose. Now, I don't know why this is still on the floor, but then we have bloody prints on the safe. This could have been Philip, but I don't. Oh, no. This is Philip wiping his hands off. This is Philip cleaning. Gotta be Philip cleaning. I can't imagine Mr. Cobra Kane and Fedora would have left a blood trail. So she's in critical condition. Irene finds her. Critical condition. Calls for help. Person arrives. First aid kit patches her up. Who is this guy? Who is Park Guy? That's what we've got to figure out. So the reason this could be opened and the money could be taken is she has been trying to figure out the safe combination. And one of her next guesses has 0, 9, 4, 5, and 2 in it. So I think she's got the combination now. Like, she's been watching him mess with the combination. We don't know who Park Guy is. I mean, he's got a decent first aid kit. It's not one of the tiny little, pharmacy ones. We don't have any indication of another dead body, just the dog. Which is why I think Rose does not die. Screenshots of the game and some of the other scenes from, game media seem to indicate that if there was a body, there would be an outline. Like, we would be told there was a body, essentially. All of Rose's documentation doesn't give us an indication of who Park Guy is. If we had any indication, Anton is another possible entity in this. The tattoo artist. He expresses concerns about Irene getting tattooed as early as she does, but that's kind of out of nowhere. We don't know anything else about Anton. Okay, yeah. Be more careful. He might notice I'm not asleep. She watches him while she's sleeping, while he thinks she's sleeping. Yep. It's the only inferences we can make are based on what information we can get. I'm sorry, the only raw data that we have. Everything else we have to try to fill in the blanks of. A rich new client his friend knows. Okay, it's his friend knows. This is why he was betrayed by a friend, I think. Yeah. When he meets with rich clients, he's out for a while. When was he gonna meet with this client? We know he met with a new client around the 11th. On the 11th, he took Marley to meet with a friend. To meet with an old friend. Yeah. Yeah, it's... so on the 10th, he says he met about a new rich client his friend knows. He leaves to meet with them at 2 p.m. He comes back at 8 p.m. They go out to work. There is a gap. We don't know what would have been on the 11th. I think I'm gonna need a lozenge by the end of tonight, though. Let's see. So we don't know what happened on the 11th. They would have gotten back at 4 in the morning, that kind of thing. So you can get picked up at 4. They come back to the apartment. They check the take. Took Spike for a walk, watched TV. He leaves at 12. Came back, took Marley out with him. This is the day after. Like, she doesn't have a recording for the 11th, which was the first time that he took Marley to meet with the new client. Never was a coffee person myself. I don't like bitter drinks. They don't have to be sweet drinks. But I don't like bitter drinks. Yeah, it's 4 p.m. He takes Marley out, but she doesn't come back. He has a call about the party early on the 13th. He leaves in the early morning, and he comes back angry. His friend betrayed him. And he took some drugs, left. He comes back, he's even more angry. So by the 13th, he suspects somebody. And he left on the 14th. Like, he wasn't in the house on the 14th. We have nothing after 1 p.m. on the 14th for her. So there is a window that this could have happened in. Any time between 1 p.m. on the 14th and 7 p.m. on the 15th. Where were the others during this? Marley wants out, yeah. Okay, no, it's way early. That's she was trying to cheer Marley up, essentially. Well, if you do have questions, fire away. It can help. It can help. It's not my fault. She wanted it. Okay, on the 11th, Philip said I looked cute and I should wear my slip dress more often. Maybe I can... Oh, here we go. Here we go. We have some new people. I missed a page in her diary. Gonna have to check the diaries again. It's useful to have names. Need to have names to answer questions. During the first real investigation, one of the most exciting moments towards the end of it was finding a check, because that check had a return address on it. Hey there, barbed wire. That's right. We're trying to identify another person for this one. But one of the things I realized is I need to go back and check more of these journals to make sure I'm not missing text, just because I went into read mode and not look mode. So you can see this is Rose. This is Rose kind of writing in code in a way. She's sketching dresses and whatnot, like dress design, fashion design. And some of the text in it is descriptions of the dresses. She also writes notes where she's tracking Philip's movements. Like you can see right here, her listing of her go bag. And the list there. With Robertson at RR Casino. Oh. Kenneth Robertson is not only one of their clients, but he's also their doctor. I think she was just conspiring against Philip. The reason, Coy, that I think she finally turned on him is her daughter. Philip and Rose have a daughter. That's Irene. The one that is scheduled to get her tattoo and start working soon. And Rose doesn't want that. Also found, to emphasize that Philip is a terrible person, um, Irene is about the same age as Stephanie. Stephanie is 16. There's a lot of ick going on. Whose keys? Whose keys? Is it just coincidence that these keys are here? Oh, Irene had dinner on the 15th. That's noteworthy. Irene ate dinner on the 15th. So she came home and ate dinner. Rose wasn't attacked until later in the day. Yes, she's been spying on him. She pretends to sleep and watches him. Or she pretends to just be sketching in her book and watches him. She notes a couple of times that she needs to be she notes at least once that she needs to be careful because he might notice that she's faking. In a minute. No, okay. Kenneth, the doctor, is not a new client. Emma has seen him at least once since the 28th. Who is new? Hard to say there, Koi. Marley will be discharged on the 19th. Marley didn't die from it. But it sounds like it sounds like it went badly for her on the 12th. But the guess that I have, Emma was supposed to be the one that went to the new client on the 11th. So you have Philip was talking to Emma and saying, "Oh, you look pretty. You should wear your this dress more." But then she crosses that out and says, "It's not my fault. She wanted it." I wonder if that was Marley like stepping in and saying, "No, I want to be the one to go to the new client. I want out of this. I want to go to this new client," kind of thing. I suspect that for some time she's been trying to get an idea of what's going on. Let's see. When do her notes start? Now, we don't know if this is all of her notes, like everything, but her notes go back to the 9th. And on the 9th, let's see here. We know on the 4th, is when like Emma contacted her to like help her switch bags out. Which is why it mentions the 7th, because implicitly Rose would have gotten beaten for the lack of money on the 4th. We don't have an idea of how long their relationship has been. We don't even know that there is a tangible relationship other than that she's kind of den mother, for lack of a better term. Like, she's kind of his average favorite. What happened on the 9th? What was the... I know there was some stuff on the 9th. Something on the 9th. I feel like there was an instigating incident. Oh, no. Yeah. Is it how many people or how many times? How many times? So, we know Stephanie. We know Stephanie got beaten. On the 10th. And I think that the swapped bag is another indication for of a beating, because on that day Rose's take was $50. Emma's take was above quota. And if we look at some of the other days, the quota is $500, and you can see several 500s that are listed here. Exactly enough to make quota. I think it's not uncommon that Rose fills in blanks for people. Why that didn't happen with Stephanie on the 9th. But if you notice, the observations start on the 9th, the day that one of the little girls, one of the 16-year-olds, got beaten for by Philip for not making quota. It's noted in Irene's journal, the daughter, that Stephanie is about the same age. If I had to guess, that's when she would have been actively looking. That she would have been looking for a way to get out. Because this has all been bad up until now, but now it's hitting particularly close to her. But who is the intruder? It can't have been Harry. It can't have been somebody who just hit the place, because drugs still here, money still here. We know it's a person that doesn't live at the house. Spike would not have engaged if it was a person at the house. Spike hates strangers, but the indication is... They mentioned that he has security cameras. Oh. Okay. So one element, Rose comes back on the 15th holding a bag, coming in, and goes this way. I wonder if maybe he was watching, because before the 15th, as of the 13th, Philip is acting paranoid. He thinks somebody in the house has turned on him. The video cameras are at Philip's house, wherever Philip's house is. This is just the apartment where the girls are. I expect this note was around The ninth, also the ninth. Another thing that happened on the ninth, Emma was attacked by a client. Like, a whole lot of bad stuff happened around the ninth. Yeah, one of the things I've been calling out barbed wire is if anything happened to Philip during the course of this, nobody would consider it a bad thing. Somebody who wasn't supposed to come in. This is the number that Irene calls when Rose is injured, when her mother is injured. And every indication I have, every guess that I have points to Philip figured out that she was watching him. And I think blames her for whatever went down with the new client. There's no indication that she was working with anybody else. She just wanted out. Like, she was looking up buses. She was looking up, yeah, she was trying to figure out, like, what she would need to get out, that kind of thing. But this is the guy in the park that Irene encountered. And we can see the only entries in Irene's phone are late in the day on the 15th. So this is less than an hour after Rose I have to assume it was Rose, buys a backpack, which is part of her go bag. Certainly part of her go bag. But we can see that this message went out at 7:14. We have 10, 11, 12, 13. She sends the message, tries again at 24, and then calls again at 8 p.m. So a good deal of time passes. So my general guess, again, I don't know why the apartment key is here. My general guess, Philip comes in. Right. Another thought is, I mean, in theory, Rose could have used this to try to protect herself, but Philip comes in and goes after Rose. That's where all this struggle comes from. And he goes after Rose. She is seriously injured. Just playing through this in my mind again. Second person arrives. Again, I don't know how they get in the door. There's signs of a key over by the dog. They come in, dog goes after them. They get hurt. They grab knife. They kill dog. From the looks of it, left hand injury. Comes down this way, comes in. The blood goes all the way over to here. Over to here, 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 and here. Now, you could link it to this, but there's some big splotches here. They're mostly on the bed and underneath the knuckles. So I'm assuming there's a different batch here. And this is light bleeding by this time. They're still bleeding, but comparatively, it's a drip compared to this. Yes, they left the knife there. We also have a first aid kit that doesn't show any signs of damage to it, whether that's from here or that it was brought in. We have this rag. I think this might be from Philip cleaning himself off. But we have a first aid kit. We then have bloody prints on the safe, with the safe open. Rose, in this book here, hidden in her bookmark, are possible safe combinations. The first available safe combination that she hasn't tried has all of the numbers that are listed in bloody prints on it. So I think she's got the safe combo. So, injured, she comes over, she opens the safe. You can see there's some bloody prints on the money. Some of the money spilled out. I'm guessing she took some money. Alternately, that money could have been put back after Philip got a hold of her, you know? Because we don't see any sort of trail there. We just see it come here. We don't have an indication that anybody was killed here. Screenshots of the game and the like indicate that there should be body outlines if there was a corpse. So if a death occurred, it did not happen here. Right. Philip is very much confident he's in control. Yeah, I think this is from the scuffle with Philip. Now, Philip might have just left after this. So Irene either was present for what went down, so it was about 7 p.m., because we have Irene's dinner Tupperware here. I have to assume it's, after 4 p.m. So she eats her food. Rose gets back at 6:42 with a backpack. So she comes back with a backpack. She's definitely on camera. She heads in here. She is getting stuff together. That bag is on the floor. This is my guess. This is when Philip comes in after her. She's trying to get that together. The bag's on the floor. Everything's knocked around here. So, accosts her here, throws her down here, pummels her mercilessly, then probably leaves. The fact that you have the rag and the knuckles left behind, like the knuckles are set down. And there's no... I don't think... I mean, in theory... Let's look at this a different way. Philip comes into the place, walks in here, accosts her, makes a mess. I don't know why there would be a trail from him, though, because we have drip, drip, drip coming this way and then leaving. I still think that is the whoever came in, the intruder. But who could it be? And is it a fake out? Is it like a... No, let's affirm. It can't be somebody in the house. The dog would not attack a resident of the house. So, this blood trail is the intruder. So let me skim through my notes here. The mystery number of Park Guy. It is possible. The remaining drip could be from that. As we can see, a little bit of splatter, big splatter here. This could be the point of, like, the dog attacking. Is I get the impression that it is. Enter here, dog hits them, they like hit the wall. Which puts them in a position like, oh man, there's a knife here, get knife, kill dog. Head this way. There is no additional sign of an altercation. I can't imagine that if they left their weapon and they came here and Philip was here, that there would not be additional violence. And there's no sign of additional violence around the place. No dent in the wall, no more blood, no corpse. So Philip is gone by now, especially given that the phone number of Park Guy was not answered until 8 p.m., about an hour after Irene begins calling for help. That's why, Tass. Because my guess, Philip determined that Rose had betrayed him. Because Rose came in with the bag, gathering all the escape stuff together. I expect this is what happened to Janine, too. Why are these shoes checkable? That is a distinct possibility. Drip, 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 drip. The safe to me strikes me as Rose getting her money on the way out. Because one of the things in Rose's list is hooded coat, changes of clothes, running shoes, bottled water, and money. Yes. So we know the code contains a 2, a 4, a 5, a 9, and a 0. And if we look at one of Rose's books, she has a bookmark in it with codes that she's tried. If I had to guess, she's still messed up. Like, all of the blood that's on this bed, paired with the pool of blood under these knuckles, even if she survived it, Rose is messed up. And with the first aid kit, that might still just be whoever left, whether it was the intruder and or Rose, there would be injury. We can even see that there's blood on the knob here. I think she was. Because by the time this happened, Philip was really paranoid. Philip was watching everybody. Philip had said that somebody, like a friend, betrayed him. Philip took some drugs and clearly went to pay somebody off during that period. Like, came back, said that somebody betrayed him, took some drugs, left, came back, without anything extra, was watching everybody. So this, I assume, is... My assumption on this is it's part of the dog attack. So this is front door. Coming in through front door. That's where the dog stays, is right over here. Comes in, dog hits them. Now, whether it's like looping around this way, but whatever, I assume they fall over and hit the wall. I think this is meant to be a dent in the drywall. With a smear here. So this is some sort of like impact and slide. Now, it could also be an aftermath, like a stagger kind of thing. But I figure they hit here and like stagger to the side. Get kitchen knife. Use kitchen knife. Turn over this way. Come this way. Now, this is another sequence of events I'm not sure of. There's no sign of... Oh, no, wait. Yep, see, blood on the handle. Blood on the outside handle. So, comes in. Tries doorknob. Doorknob doesn't open. Kicks open door. The extra lock breaks in the process. Now, this could be Philip entering at this point that did this, but I'm not as certain given the blood on the doorknob. And again, Spike would not attack anybody in the house. I think Rose was keeping notes for herself because I was mentioning earlier, a whole lot of violence came down on the girls on the 9th. Stephanie was assaulted for not making quota the night before. Emma was swapped out for Stephanie and was beaten during the night by a client. I thought there was another one. And the one that I think is most important, though, is Stephanie. Because Irene already lives in the house here. Irene is the same age as Stephanie. And shortly after that, one of the things that I think accelerates Rose's urgency to get out of there is that Philip asserts that Irene is going to start working too. Right. So, I think... I still think Intruder is Park Guy, but I don't know who Park Guy is. Irene meets a guy in the park, and, up until 2 days before the incident, Irene hangs out with him every time she goes to the park. Emma thought nothing of it because, like, hey, she's got a friend and he seems nice. And she only, like, Emma only asserts that she's not going to take her to that park anymore after Rose says, you know, I don't trust the guy, don't let her near him anymore. But it was things like that scavenger hunt stuff. This is from Park Guy. They did a scavenger hunt together. And he gives her this, like, here's the scavenger hunt sheet. And on the back of it, he has written his number and say, if you need anything, call this number. This could be a false positive. He could be a creeper. We don't know. But we can see on the day of the incident, here are all the calls that were attempted to that same number. All of Philip's text logs don't have phone numbers. Apparently, the text messages in this are through like an app or something like that. So, except for this particular instance, all of the text messages are just to a name. But starting at 7:10, all the way up till 8, when the call is answered. Oh, no, different. 7:10, all the way up till 7:24. She's trying to call. She even sends a text message around 7:14, shortly into it. He calls her back at 8 o'clock. That is where I think this comes in. So comes her here. It might be, given the time frame, I wonder if Irene lets him in. That could be how he gets inside. Irene lets him in. She's in a panic. He comes in, Spike attacks him. She's not in her right mind right now. Her mom has been battered to hell. Dog attacks him. He makes his way in here. Again, I'm not sure on the door. Door could have been during Philip. Anyway, comes in the room, does what he can to patch her up. They get some money. She gets some money out of the safe. If the bag wasn't here, it would be better. It would be better for this. But it might be they go to the hospital. Because again, there's a lot of blood under those knuckles. Like, they're on the knuckles, and these are puddles on this. That's a lot. That's a lot. She was injured bad. But that's what we've got. Feels like Park Guy. Now, one of the thoughts is rival gang. That is called out that there is another another entrepreneur in the area mentions that Anderson's place gets hit last night around the 8th. And they think it was Harry. Whatever you do, don't cross into his territory. So he says, I talked with him, and if we stay off each other's turf, we shouldn't have a problem. This is where I think the betrayal could come in. Now, Irene has been seeing Park Guy since the beginning of the month. So this incident being set off is about a week later. It is possible, but we don't have any other connections to Harry. And the reason I don't think it is nothing is taken. Not the watches, not the rings, not the gaudy cup. not any of the drugs that are still out. Like, I would think something would be taken if it was Harry, and that I think Harry is a red herring here. That's the problem. Is we don't know who Park Guy is. And I can't find any evidence of who Park Guy is. So it's right about here that Emma talks with Rose, and Rose says don't let her see Park Guy anymore. And this is the last entry that Rose has, which is... So this is... The take is counted up on the 14th. He's talking on the phone. And everybody makes quota the night before. Yes, there may have been shady goings-on in this house. We can't be sure. But I feel like the leopard print fedora-wearing, chalice drinking, Cobra Cane using individual may not have been on the up and up. Average. Okay, so Rose's stuff has very, very little. We have an incoming call from Emma. This is when Emma lost her bag, when her client, presumably Frank, beats her up and takes her money. This is the client that Emma was swapped out for from Stephanie, because Stephanie had been injured by Philip for not making quota the night before. Frank calls Philip and says he won't pay for damaged goods. So he wants what he paid for. Philip says he'll send somebody else. Emma goes instead. Emma is beaten instead. And that night, like that morning, she says, I lost my bag. Rose swaps the bag, gives her her money. Okay, and here's our instigating incident the day before. So, on the 13th, Philip is calling Anton, the tattoo guy, saying, hey, she's ready. When can she get the tattoo? It's like a black lily on the thigh or something like that, which is, I guess, his brand mark or something, And he says, are you sure? She's kind of young. Philip gets angry, don't question me. This is Rose messaging Philip, saying, she's our daughter. She doesn't need to be doing this. We're fine. Just stop it. And I think she finds out that Philip plans to put her on the street. And Philip is upset with Rose for questioning him. I think this might be the start of him starting to, him looking more closely at what Rose is up to. This is some time ago when Rose is trying to cheer Marley up. Was it? Yeah. Okay. So as far as physical assaults, I think there were 3. Once with Stephanie, because she didn't make quota. Once with Rose, because Rose swapped her bag out for Emma's to protect Emma. But as a result, she had very little in her bag. And the pattern seems to be, if you don't make quota, you get a beating. And then again, like this is some time ago. Then again, when Philip encounters Rose. Now, what he encounters her up to, I don't know, but I feel confident the safe was not open and left open during the knuckling. No, I wonder if that's part of it. I wonder if Philip left her locked in the room too. Unclear. Who could be Park Guy? One of the things I was hoping is, maybe it's Anton. Maybe Anton is having second thoughts. TikTok, I am not idle. I'm very clearly talking. Anton is the tattoo artist that... So, Philip talks to her regarding Irene's appointment. Talks to him, to Anton, late on the 13th. Says she's ready. I kind of wonder if this is part of the incident that makes Rose panic. Because Rose is planning to leave before this. Like, she's saying, like, he's really upset. Maybe we should wait. Maybe, we need to plan this carefully. And then, like, this starts. And he says Saturday at 9. Which is right around the time we need. It's like Black Rose on the thigh as usual. That's what they need to work. Are you sure? She's a bit young, Just do your job. Don't mess with mine. So if we look at one of our questions, who has an appointment on the 17th? Yes. We only see phone numbers. A minute. Okay. I was doing a Phoenix Wright check. Perhaps the back of the receipt. We only see a phone number on the paper, the scavenger hunt paper, and in Irene's cell phone. Yeah, there's got to be something that identifies Park Guy. Everything points to it being Park Guy that was the... Like, I doubt we can just use his phone number as his ID. Anything in Emma's stuff that might ID them. Yeah, you see all the, so here are all of the purchase tags of stuff that Philip gave to Emma. Favorite girl, love you. For my girl. Same thing. Here's Stephanie's stuff. Non sequitur, but, you know. This is the thing that's inserted into it. And I don't know if this is actually relevant or not. Because Milton Hotel and Casino show up frequently. This is their doctor. Kenneth, does Kenneth show up in any of the So we know Kenneth has been their client. Frank, CJ. We know Kenneth is in there. Who's Andrew? 28th, so we don't see him there. So we see a couple from Milton Hotel. Well, this tells us let's see, Irene Haynes. Let's make sure that we put that in there. Not let them catch us on that. He's watching anybody that goes into Irene's room. He's watching he has cameras on anybody that comes in. He has cameras in all the girls' rooms. He does not have cameras in his own room. The fact that there's nothing on the 11th. I didn't think there was anything big on the 11th. Is there? Rose had something all night on the 11th, but nothing else during the day. And this is when, like, right around here is when he starts getting paranoid. When there's a little gap. We look at her records. So this is the party that's supposed to be happening later. Building up to this. So that's Stephanie. This is the day after. This is when Emma gets hurt. This is after. So Emma gets hurt this night. Stephanie gets hurt. It's possible that this is going back a ways. That, but if we look right here, this is the moment where I think it tips over for her initially. Like, she's looking at, how can I get out of this? Because this is when Marley doesn't come back. So on the 10th, he talked to an old friend. He has a rich new client. Left to meet the client and the friend. So they go. On the 11th, which isn't covered here, he takes Marley. He puts a note on Marley's desk that is, where your best stuff. We're going to see an old friend. Based on Emma's journal, it sounds like that might have been her. Like, it was originally going to be her. Oh, wait, no. Oh, here. Where is it? Just a quick thought. Okay. Wear your best dress. Taking you to meet an old friend Sunday night on the 11th. Let me look at Emma's journal. This is a bit of a non sequitur, kind of to the side, but could be interesting. On the 11th, in the morning, Philip said I look cute this morning, that I should wear my slip dress more often. Maybe I can. It's not my fault. She wanted it. Could it be that Philip put the post-it on Emma's desk and that Emma handed it off to her? Either like directly, like faked it out, and Marley was waiting there in a nice dress and he just had to take her. I wonder. Okay, so I get the impression that some action of Emma's could be construed, at least by Emma, as having contributed to Marley's death, because Marley gets off the books, taken to see this client. And then on the morning of the 12th, Philip takes Marley off to see somebody again. Marley doesn't come back that time. And Philip doesn't seem happy about it when he comes back. And then on this came back, seems upset. They go out for the normal work cycle. Comes back, counts the take. He's talking about a party on the phone. So this is potentially a continuation of the new client. This is a big event, lots of clients. Supposed to be on the 16th. So he leaves early in the morning, comes back angry, like, from the sounds of it, shouting angry. What's that, Koi? Friend betrayed him. So he takes drugs out, and doesn't come back until later. And it's just sat on the couch and watched everybody, still angry. That is true. All of these are kind of like a frozen moment in time. So from here on out, there's a lot of stuff that she's noticing that she doesn't know what he's doing. 13th. Wait, 6 p.m. on the 13th. That should be about... Yeah. So he's texting people on the 13th. Like late on the 13th. So between here and 8 p.m., he's texting while we're getting ready. This is around the time that he texts Anton and says, he's putting his daughter to work. Yep. We have that advantage now. We lose the advantage of being able to ask relevant people questions and to do things like have analyses done, like whose blood is that kind of stuff. But we don't have to worry about anything changing at all during the investigation. So 13th late at night. This is when like he has made the assertion Iris is going to work. Picks us up, arrive at home, counts, talking on the phone, 5 a.m. Slept until 1. He's not at the house. When did she call him? When did she message him? Okay, 14, 1:34. This is when she finds out that he's going to put Irene to work. So this is when things really kick off. We don't have any more journal from Yep, assuming all of the information necessary to make the correct judgment is present. This sort of like hovering set of eyes in mind is infinitely effective. It enters the time pocket and it comes out with the answer. Okay, so starting at 2:35 on the 14th. That's when everything goes critical. It's things are supposedly really good on the 10th. Be prepared by 2. Then... Okay, he's not there at 1. So, theoretically, he's going to come back and pick her up at around 2. But we see based on her phone call... sorry, her text messages... that at 2:34, she messages him to do that. Something changed about the new client. It'd almost be kind of sinister, wouldn't it, Barbed Wire? The idea that you have this, like, hovering telekinetic mind that is able to take any moment in time and completely extrapolate everything that's available within an area around it. So if you put it down in a room, it would be able to tell you everything that it could learn from anything in that room instantaneously. The presence of that kind of creature would be paranoia-inducing at the best. Like, you'd be terrified at all times of the concept that that thing could be there right now. Like, any moment, that thing could appear and disappear. And you wouldn't even know it. It's in less than a second. It has moved around the scene, looked at everything, and left. To meet the owner of a new hotel. Okay, we also get all the way through the 14th. The 14th completes. Philip, everybody is home by 4 a.m. Let's see, what was it? Check. Yeah. On the morning of the 14th, but we don't have an entry for the 15th. No entry for the 15th. Why is there no entry for the 15th? Day after tomorrow, on the 16th, there'll be a party. It is after the 15th, Barbed Wire. Probably after 8 or 9 p.m. on the 15th. How much after? We don't know. But there are events indicated that go up to a little after 8 p.m. on the 15th. So this is the last entry in the ledger as well. We don't have any indication, like, she did not log when they left. She did not log when they came back and counted money. She did not enter anything in the ledger for the takes. That was one of the aspects of that movie, is to let's see here. Let's start doing that. I put my pen. There it is. Found it. All right, as far back as we can see, we have 1128. Yep, and it's that's why that marker is that moment in the movie is the moment that in that timeline I can't remember Batman's butler's name in that scenario, or whoever was assisting him in that. It was, if you do this, I'm done. I'm out. Don't remember if that was Alfred or somebody else at the company, but it was, if you use this, I'm out. This is like this is such a horrific breach of what you should be doing. Okay, we have 1028 is the earliest thing we know of. That is in Emma's journal. It's 23. All of this stuff together is the tricky part. Wait a minute. Books. I was just thinking, one possibility is also like Janine's family. The park guy is sad, and was visiting a cemetery in the area. And it is very, very, very strongly implied that not only did Janine not get out to another town, she didn't survive to do so. Based on... skip some lines just to be sure I've got space here. Arrives on the 28th. Then Kenneth. Casino 30p to 12a. We don't know for sure who opened the safe. The only guesses the only information we have is based on the fingerprints on the numbers, and the numbers lining up with one of the safe combinations that Rose seemed to be gathering. Like, it seemed like she had been trying safe combinations by watching Philip. But we don't know for sure. Okay, so that's another thing on the 28th. Any other dates and times here? There. Making a little impromptu calendar. It is possible that Park Guy was the one to open the safe. I don't know how much that... We don't really have an indication of what he may have done or how that might reveal his... I don't have an indication of what that might connect him to. Almost need one of those little calendar journals to go with my notebook now, so I can have a really suspicious calendar journal on my person. So I'm writing down everything in a timeline here. We're gonna solve it. We're gonna figure this out. I mean, it can't be harder than the golden path. Tunic was one that I really wish I had the full YouTube recordings of the sessions. All right, let's start filling in all this nonsense. No worries, Sonic. I hope the other stream was worth it. Well, was worth it. I hope you had a good time. Things are continuing relatively well. It is cerebral. Parents. So we are trying to identify a person that we are referring to as Park Guy. Because it seems like they're important. Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure I know why Stephanie was beaten. So remember, it looks like Rose fudges the numbers. For she shuffles money around, I think, to make it so that nobody falls under quota where possible. But no, actually no. It's $50 goes missing. Stephanie has exactly $450, which is weird. That she falls under. Until that point, the lowest anybody went was 500 at quota. She falls under by exactly 50. On the 11th, early in the morning, Rose has exactly 50. I think Rose took some money to squirrel away for her escape plans. But anyway, okay, that's Emma's journal. There are also some objects that I think are missing from that list. Let's see. Okay, so that's everything we have from Emma. Then he arrives on the 2nd. Devin was cleaning day. 13th. Scavenger hunt. Calendar. Yeah. Based on this calendar, barbed wire, I do think it's the 15th. This is after 8 p.m. on the 15th. Every other day is crossed off. To 12 a.m. Fifth. Hilton. That is 9 p through 12 a.m. Sixth, it is Rose and Marley at Cleveland Casino. Eighth. Actually, it was a little off. Get to that in a moment. Part of my timeline is off. Emma was working the Villaggio from 10 to 12 a.m. on the 8th, and on the 9th, she said last night she had a terrible client. But I thought that was later. But we'll loop back around. Well, Emma had a bad client a week before the whatever went down at this place. All right, Barbed Wire, thanks for visiting with us. See you next time. Maybe 11th. And on the 12th, we have Stephanie Compton. NP 12A. Then on the 15th, now this is a trickier one. On the 15th, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., Emma. Like, this in theory shouldn't have happened. Well, this has not happened yet, you know? This is Emma's regular. If you look, Villaggio 10p12a Emma, 10p12a Emma, each time. This is like Mr. Hunt or something like that. We will line those up. Okay, there's our calendar. Here, 15th. It's at 42. Hey there, Demon Fox. Welcome. We are playing a heavy investigation game. I'm in the process of writing down a timeline that spans the entire month of November so that we can try to identify Park Guy. So the flower, we don't have everything here. Like, she didn't keep everything. We have the stripy rock. I don't know what the stick is supposed to be. Maybe that's something spiky. So on the 15th, Irene calls and messages Park Guy. Two, three, four, five, 6 times. I'm lumping messaging in there as well. She starts at 7:10 p.m. 7:10 is relevant because it's at this point that her calling Park Guy is Rose is being injured or is already injured, and Irene has found her. Park guy calls Irene. At 8:03 p.m. I presume that this is when Park Guy heads here. How you doing today, Demon Fox King? It's there. Game with Sky went pretty well. We got through, let's see, Nergigante and Val Hazak. So we are into the three Elder Dragon fights initially. The next one's coming up. Kushala Daora is more irritating than dangerous for the most part. Relatively squishy Elder Dragon, so that's you just have to deal with the wind wall, and that's a hassle. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Teostra is going to be another skill check boss, I think. And you know, looming on the horizon, we always have Kieran. And some other beasties. But we'll see how that goes. So we can go back and we can look at every time Emma is at the Villaggio. We can put Hunt here. Okay. Like I said, this particular one, very heavy investigation game, so a lot of what's going on is I'm describing what we're seeing and what we might be able to infer from it while I'm writing down a timetable, because we're kind of stumped on some of the things. So if we look at that one, is Stephanie. Send somebody else over. That's after 11. So who would that have been? In theory, In theory, that would be Emma. So let's see, 8th, 7th. Anderson's gets hit. 8th. Jax warns Philip about Harry. Philip claims he has a deal. I have not yet submitted, Levi. There are a couple of things I'm not 100% on. CJ for the 6th. Which means on the 6th, that's CJ. I'm just going to write that this is for Irene. We know it's not for Stephanie, because Stephanie has been working for a bit yet. And Philip here says they need that tattoo to work. They need the black rose on their thigh. So I don't know what the whole workflow is, what kind of regulations they're dealing with, but apparently that's required. Stephanie also has a note from Anton talking about 2 weeks ago, which would have been around the 1st. And we don't see Stephanie working until the 5th. Which would be around the time that she's had the tattoo for a bit. She's been maintaining it. That would be the 13th, would then be Saturday after that, but we'll have to get that. Let's get Kenneth here first. No, let's loop back. I want to double check and make sure. 13th, Saturday. Let's put some of these down. 16. Is Verify. It's at 9 a.m. Okay. Kenneth, the doctor, and a client on the 13th. So Marley is in terrible shape as of this point. Up over, we're going to check post-it note. Philip. Meet a new hotel owner at 2 p.m. Emma is to watch the house. Then on the 16th, it's when the big party is supposed to be. Let's see, the 11th. So Emma called Rose about the bag, the missing bag. There's a bag swap. Then on the 14th, Rose calls Philip. Doesn't want Irene to work. Philip disagrees. On the 13th, Emma tells Rose about Park Guy. Yeah, he bandaged her. Like, the guy had stuff on hand, you know? First. This calls Marley Ree Girls Night. This is much to cheer up Marley. Okay, now this is the big one. We have Rose's journal on Philip, which is extensive. This is he can be unpredictable, you know? I'm going to put some of the notable ones. He counted the money, that kind of thing. Those are routine. But we may have to revisit this one again just to be sure. But this one is notable on the 10th. Is Philip to go to meet a friend about new rich client. Sometime between 6:46 a.m. and he went to meet the new friend at 1:21 p.m. and met with the friend talked with the friend earlier. And another notable one is on the 12th. It is takes Marley to an unplanned client. At 4 p.m. and returned without Harley. And Philip is upset by this. And at this time also, Rose is looking up interstate travel. Then, let's see, on the 13th, he's on the phone about a party. It's 5 to 6. let's see. Leaves at 6 a.m. 6:13. He earns 9:21. Let's see. NA leaves with drugs. He returns and watches everyone. And 6p to 8p, Philip is texting. $5 a.m. Philip is on the phone. And yep, okay. All right, there is Rose's stuff. I already checked that. Let's go look at Marley's phone. Forgot about that. Fourth. Marley wants out, Emma's afraid. Then on the 11th, Emma calls Marley about, or texts Marley about missing bag. Let's see, that is the night thing. See, this is the question. This is the puzzling one. From the 9th to the 10th. If you look, there isn't anything below 500 before that. Like, conspicuously, given the quota is 500. Except for on the 9th, where Stephanie goes down to 450. And the following day, on the 10th, Rose has 50. So why? The only thing that happened on the 9th otherwise. And that it's the 10th. The take on the 10th is at 4 a.m. the following morning. So it would have been what went down on the 9th. And on the 9th, the only listing for like special stuff aside from them working out on the street is Rose at Compton. So why? Because this is another one that I misinterpreted. Like, am I reading this correct, I guess? Like, is that the take for that day? So let's see. So Stephanie was under take, was beaten on the 10th after the counting. So that's the counting is at 4. So she was under take in the 9th. So the counting of the prior day. So the 9th is the night of the 9th is when that is what those numbers are for. So when Emma contacts Rose on the 11th, in the morning of the 11th, she is concerned about the take that would take place on the 10th. This is where I think the switch happens. Emma would normally have had nothing because she does not have her bag. Rose gives Emma her bag. So Rose only has this 50. Exactly 50. I think Rose took $50 from Stephanie that prior night and was potentially using that as part of her stockpile. Rose may be skimming. Like, that might be where the 500s are coming from. She's not topping them up. She might be skimming off the top periodically. So, like, from Marley, and then from Emma, then nobody, then from Marley. Marley and Stephanie. Just the shaving it off the top here. Why she would take from Stephanie is uncertain, though. But this is a strangely even number for being under the take. It's exactly 50 under the take. That might just be coincidence, though. But it's that she suddenly has $50 exactly. This is why I think on the 11th, I think Rose would have gotten beaten in the morning. Because that seems to be a uniform punishment. Emma mentioned that every bit of discipline is always a beating. Stephanie is beaten on the 10th because that night she didn't get... No worries, Koi. Lurking is just fine. I think it would be easy to get distracted from this since there's not a lot of, can't see my hands moving, visual stuff going on. So I think, that's why I think one of the bits of violence was on the 11th. I think Rose would have gotten beaten on the 11th because she only had the $50 there. Nobody notes it. Nobody calls it out because it's not a special event. The only reason Stephanie's was called out is that that was the first time it happened to her. Also noteworthy is that Marley has no entries in the ledger starting on the 11th. And the 11th, the night of the 11th, is when there is a post-it on Marley's desk that is, I'm taking you to meet a friend on Sunday. Which I think... Sunday, the 11th. Now, I think this new client was originally going to be like the person going to the new client, I think was supposed to be Emma, because earlier in that day, Philip talks to Emma about how good she looks in a particular type of dress. You should wear that dress more often. And then there is a post-it in that room with no name indicators on it. It's, I'm taking you to meet an old friend on Sunday. Wear your best dress. And in Emma's journal, Philip talks to her about how cute she looks that morning, and I should wear my slip dress more often. Maybe I can, and then it's not my fault she wanted it. Now, is this after the fact, like she goes back and crosses that out in her journal, or is this that she switched the post-it over to Marley? And yeah, apparently Philip keeps them really busy. Okay, so having done this and looked back through it, I still have no indication of who Park Guy is. We know he's in the park during the day. Let's mark all the times that we see Park Guy, the dot there. So on right, Irene meets Park Guy on the 2nd. Then nothing else on the 2nd. Then we have Park Guy again on the 5th with Stephanie at the Milton. CJ calling about 2, which is Rose and Marley on the 6th. 7th is cleaning day. Irene finds stuff about Janine's books. I wonder if we can find, like, Janine's books. Like, maybe I've overlooked that. Let's see anything else about Park Guy up till this point. A 13th. Guy in a scavenger hunt. And it seems like Park Guy has been a regular thing up till that. That is just when Irene calls it out, that's also when Emma mentions it to Rose. Maybe we can walk over this bed. Hair ties. Lots of little details, little bitty things in it. So this was Janine's bed. This is a letter this is something that is being written from Stephanie to her sister. I doubt that's going anywhere. This is the thing that tells us that it's not Stephanie getting the tattoo. For 2 weeks, wash and dry it, that kind of thing. And we know that Stephanie arrives on the 28th, and her first job, her first noted job, is on the 5th. So this is just like, hey, you've got to clean the area of the tattoo for the next 2 weeks. So the thought is that sometime, like, from the 4th or earlier, she got her tattoo. The jewelry and gifts that he has given her. These are all, this is her keeping all of the gifts that Philip has, or tags of all the gifts that Philip has given her. Okay, let's look at the 15th. What else can we tell about the 15th? Park Guy was busy until 8 p.m. on the 15th. That's the one thing we know about Park Guy. Busy until 8 p.m. on the 15th. I don't have anything that would have been consuming their time until then. But it's from, let's say, 7 to 8. that park guy was busy. Anything on here about that I missed about the 15th? Only thing is Emma's client meeting from 10 to 12, which is outside of the time range. Indicator Frank. Stephanie was injured. It wouldn't have been Stephanie. Marley was also out. It would have been Rose or Emma that would have gone over in place on the 10th. So I'd originally thought it was Frank that stole from Emma. Because I thought that was the... Like, I had misconstrued the timeline. Because Emma talks about a bad client. Yeah. So on the 8th was her bad client. It was nice last time. Bad client is Mr. Hunt. Frank is just, regular old bad person. All right. Reveal yourself, Park Guy. And the sad thing is, it might not be Park Guy. But he's the only one I can think of. Who else? So we know Rose is definitely in the house. Sometime after 6:42, but she is definitely in the house from about 7, like after 7 p.m. Because that's when Irene starts calling Park Guy that her mother is going to die. So we know Rose is there. Rose is not the intruder. It'd be weird for Rose to be the intruder. The dog only attacks outsiders. There are... It is unlikely that Hunt would be the intruder. Hunt is only interested in Emma, and Emma has an appointment with him that night anyway. So there's no reason that Hunt would come out there. CJ has not shown up since then. The doctor hasn't shown up since the 28th. Andrew hasn't shown up since the 23rd. Andrew is a prior client of Emma's, but there's no indication that Emma is that Emma has any other clients than Hunt at the Bellagio. Like, that seems to be it. Camera 1 is as flaky as ever. We get the impression that his old friend betrays him. His old friend might be Harry. It's either that or Jax. But from his cell phone, so we go in, we have Jax calls him and says, Anderson's place got hit on the 7th. It's Harry was the, like, they think it's Harry that did it. We don't know who Harry is. It's don't cross into his territory. And Philip says, already talked it out with him. As long as he stays in his area and I stay in mine, we shouldn't have a problem. So this was around the 8th. Anything else happening? Nothing substantial happened with any of the residents on the 7th. During the warning, like during this period, nothing is happening. This night is when Emma is going to be hurt by Hunt. And I get the impression that he's going to keep escalating. It is technically possible that he didn't want to wait. But I don't get the idea of the first aid kit at that point. It is theoretically possible. That it was someone else, but the fact that the safe is opened with bloody fingerprints and just a little money seems to have been disturbed is an odd detail. Like, if it was somebody completely foreign, how would they know the combination? They get into the safe, and why wouldn't they take everything if they were going to take a little? That's still a quandary. Even with Rose, it's if she's leaving, why not take everything? She's already going to be, like, marked for death by Philip anyway. So let's see. Emma loses her bag during the night of the 10th. And it would have been... I feel confident that... I'm not certain. I don't have anything conclusive. But I still think it was Frank that stole the bag from Emma. So, Stephanie is not acceptable. Marley, because she's hurt. Marley is unavailable because she has another client. She already has a client that night. If it wasn't... The fact that it was stolen implies that it was somebody while she was working. If it's not a client, then it would have to be one of the other girls, or it would have to be a random person. It can't be a random person. We wouldn't be able to guess that. Like, it can't be a person with no identity, you know? If it was one of the girls, it would have to be Rose. And why would it be Rose if Rose risks herself to essentially shelter Emma from the event? Like, to protect Emma, Rose switches bags and is under quota for that day. So it doesn't make sense that it would be Rose that went there. So that leaves Emma, and that puts Frank as the likely target, the likely one to have stolen Emma's money. It also fits the time frame because the appointment with Frank was through 2:30. And Emma calls Rose after 2:30. Let me double check when she does. Messages from Emma. No, call log. 2:29. Actually, that's trickier. She would still be in the appointment with Frank during that time, unless they left early. It means Rose went with Frank. Is Emma doing anything on the 10th? Let's check the text messages with Marley. This still doesn't help us to figure out who the intruder was. Yeah, my bag is gone. The client stole it. It's at 2:21. It's got to be Frank. So let's stick with that. There is nobody else that it could be. Emma did not have a set client then. And we only know that we only know that it was that Stephanie wasn't acceptable by Frank, and that Philip was going to send somebody else in her place. Okay, we're going to take some wild guesses. We're going to take wild guesses. Because if I could find Anton's number, I would assume I would think it would match up with Park Guy. So we're going to say Anton. I'm going to wildly misspell Anton. Janine did not move to another state. Oh, good point. It's not the phone number. I cannot enter numbers or symbols. I think this was 3. Are you sure? No. We only answered 1 wrong. Okay, for science. We're going to change the Anton. Anton is wrong. We have everything else right. I was correct. It's when Rose was under quota, she was also assaulted. Marley was not assaulted by when she went missing. She was not assaulted by Philip. So everything else is right. The things we know about Park Guy. See, he first appears mark these so they're a little easier to find. First appears 11/2 in the park. Bandages Emma's leg, Irene's leg. This implies readily available first aid equipment. Nothing sophisticated, but if he had something like on hand. That doesn't mean he had a first aid kit, but it means he had something ready to hand to bandage her leg. Let's see, how does she describe it? Just back from a trip a month ago. who's visiting the cemetery next to the park. The doctor is a possibility. I mean, he's another named entity. Then the next time we see him is on the 5th. That is true. The doctor would be true for that. Scavenger hunt. Okay. Now, one thing we know when Marley's going to get discharged on the 19th. We know that does he call the doc? Okay, Irene meets park guy for a scavenger hunt on the 13th. 8:12 a.m., Philip checks in on Marley and wants to know when she's conscious. So early in the morning. And does Emma mention park guy to Rose? I think the doctor might be a pretty good guess there. Is there anything else that ties him to it? Because we know after this point, Kenneth has to have called Philip. Sometime after this, Kenneth called Philip because we know when she's being discharged. When does that happen? How does that happen? Hey, look, change. Priorities, Random coins. You like the fact that we don't have that call. So spell that. Double check it though. Robertson. Screen. Wrong screen. Nope. I feel like that's a good guess, though. They meet and they have a scavenger hunt. It's 8 p.m. on the 15th. Or perhaps some object we have missed. Rose doesn't mention anybody else in her journal. There's nothing else there. There's got to be some other identity. Definitely not an apple. Open phone case. Interesting. Can't rotate it. Two kids. That was interesting, though. That was a new thing. park guy could be an absolute red herring too, you know? The division problems are likely associated with the homeschooling book that Rose has. All right, I've got a thought. Got a quick thought here. What if there's crossover? 1998. These are all the pictures. This might just be coincidence on those pictures, but those are the same. Rose isn't a name that was listed, but names are definitely different, though. Like, fully different. What else? What else? We're gonna be a bit obsessive about this and check. Some phones and see if not really a lot of logs to check given the time period change, but was worth a check. But even the phone numbers are very different. So November 15th, later in the night. This is like an hour after Park Guy answers the phone. Yeah, sure. Take a look. See if we're missing something. I think we're at a point where a little bit of spoiler is not a problem. Does this imply that there is crossover between the three? That the scenarios are all like connected? That is a similar apartment key. I mean, we're in the same territory. Interesting. Well, in that case, I think it's a good stopping point. I got wrapped up. I got wrapped up hardcore in this game. So let's see here. Let us start the wrap up process by remembering what all of my buttons do. Let me do a page count here. I'm only writing on a single side so I don't get bleed through, of course. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17 pages of notes so far on case 1-2. It's engaging. It's engaging. That's what it is. And finding out that the scenarios are linked to each other is cool. I like that. Definitely makes things that much more interesting, that interconnection. And that's why finding that photo, that's why I ran back to scenario 1, because 1997 is closer to that time period. And the people in the picture reminded me of the pictures in scenario 1. Let's see. Let me... Gonna check some folks here. But what do you folks think of the investigation game? This is the Far Side creature from Phoenix Wright, as in it's the same kind of genre, it's the same general place, but it is well and beyond past it, you know? As in, it's the investigation side, it is not the melodrama. Well, you know what? We have... So the folks wrapped up their streams already. Yeah, looks like everybody else called it earlier than me, so... It is very slow, Koi. I do not intend to be playing this constantly. This is kind of a little treat for my brain. But not one that is necessarily super duper exciting. Tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow is much lighter weight on the investigation. There's still plenty of like little story tidbits, but it's lighter weight for sure, and it also sprinkles in some jump scare for us. So that should be a nice little change of pace. I probably will keep slipping this one into the schedule. We'll see, though. We'll see. There might be some gaps between it. It's part of the reason for the notebook. We'll see. We'll see, though. With that said, if you liked what you saw and you would like to see more, remember to like and subscribe or follow or whatever is relevant to the platform you're watching from. It will help the algorithm feed you things that you want to see in the future. If you'd like to find some of my other stuff like my Discord, my Patreon, or my Coffee, you can find it through the link tree in the descriptions below or in my profile. Like I said, we will be streaming tomorrow, same time. We'll be doing Paranormal PI, which is it's much more ghost hunt. It's ghost hunting. There's no things will kill you. It's jump scares if they're going to happen. It's about figuring out what is haunting a place and how to remove it. So we'll be doing that. I am also planning something special for the beginning of the week next week. Not sure on the details, but it should be cool. With that said, hope you all have a good night, and I will see you later.